Okay. I feel like I say okay the second I hit record on every one of these streams, and I don't know, like, I feel like I don't really notice it because I'm kind of just saying okay to myself and also just like okay, I'm ready to truly start. But I'm like actually sitting here realizing like wow, I bet like 90+% of my VODs on the archive channel just start with me going okay, okay. Thanks, Chad. I really needed the splash wall to help me handle Sprinkler. It was really just too strong of a sub. Thanks, bro. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna start the stream and not say okay. One of these days. Today was not that day. I already botched it. So what is this? Rainmaker Hammerhead. I see. I don't want to play Octobrush, honestly. Currently bot reviewing, hope that goes well for you. Well, that you can kind of bot review yourself for like a specific game really easily in game now. With the replay system. Although from the little bit I've played with the replay system, like the UI is like very confusing at first. Like he's just gonna farm missile, so oh yeah, Hydra. Oh, unlucky. I think if we were gonna push a little bit harder given that the missiles are up. People really need to learn like what way bigger spots work and what don't. That sucks. You're very out of position, so you're probably going to die. Okay. I don't know where my squeezer has been, but I need them to help me across. Oh, I didn't see that. I like arm painting either. What is this? Lipo, you do one thing. Like The Rainmaker's all by itself in the front. What is this game? Lipo paint, I am begging you. Please. I have no idea where my squeezer is this game. Can't even lie. Helicopter. This just feels like one of those like nothing happens kinds of games. Please help me fight. What is this? Squeezer, please help. Goodness. It's kind of just the roll of them if anyone's running like 3 mains and mains, they don't like practically anything, I just don't expect anything. It's not good. At this point, I just want to pick up the rain. Alright, help me push the dynamo. They're by themselves. Hit them. Oh my goodness. You're still sitting back here. You're still back here. Okay, the squeezer is just so passive. We cannot win. We cannot win when they're this passive. They're back there, but they don't even watch the guy who's just going behind. So why are you even there? They. Yeah, I wonder why I'm #1 popular target when I'm trying to make literally anything happen in that game because no one wants to do anything. I have a Hydra and Rainmaker and a Squeezer who's convinced it's like a Jet Squelcher. Wonder why. That was awful. I don't even know where they got the 10 kills, because I did not see them the entire game. Like, I really have no clue where that even came from. This is a very confusing, passive, terrible game all around. Whatever. Move on. Now we get a sploosh. Yay. Yay, bad weapons. He didn't paint any of this. I should have known better than to even walk toward the vacuum. You can't with the freelancers. To be fair, I don't think the weapon set is very freelancer friendly, if I'm being honest. So I really just don't like this map on top of this. Bro, help me push them there, one player. Please. How? Why? Oh my goodness. And my opponent's laggy, that's awesome. That's great. I like the more days that go by, the more I'm just like, solo queue is just not that fun. Like, I know it's not fun, but like, jeez, dude. It's one player. It's one player. Where are you going? That's not a path. You can't go there. That doesn't do anything. Oh my goodness. Why are you so deep? Don't even know what killed you. Probably a bomb. Oh, they're still so far back. Please. I don't know what else to do in these lobbies, like, I genuinely don't. Like, it's a lead of like 60 and the guy doesn't even want to run it forward like an inch. What is this? Oh my goodness. Hasn't even been a month and this feels like it's like atrocious as like, or if not like worse than X ranks sometimes. Like I know I get paired with A ranks, but like, geez, games like that are so unfun. Like I don't know what else to do. I kill like half their team. I'm like in their spawn distracting the last two, and I recoil on my Zipcaster and haven't even popped the Rainmaker. Like, what are you genuinely doing? For the past like 7 seconds or whatever. You in fact try one. Uh, so bad. Please don't kill me with these fires. I don't know, like, how am I actually meant to win that game? Yeah, no, because this game just pairs you with A ranks, and it's just like, I wouldn't care if it's fun, but it's just not. Games like that are just like so unfun. Like no masking or pretending, it's just like I'm just sitting there watching, I'm like nothing's happening. That's plus 50 and you're still pairing with 1 in 11 swishes. Cool. Cool. Totally don't want to play with other people who are like at the 50 range. No, that'd be dumb. That'd be dumb to have competent lobbies. Stars on gear correlate to the amount of slots they have. Past a point, if you have 3 slots, which I think is like 3-star and above, then they just level up faster in terms of rolling subs, but only by a very marginal amount. I have a Dapple, we just hate neutral. They all just hate neutral, but their comp is very Octobrush weak, because they have no range. Yeah, 2-star gear is 3 slot, that's why I said like 3-star and above. It's just like an EXP gain. It's slightly higher, and I mean slightly, like very, very, very slightly. Oh, you were lagging out, Roller. This map is so bad. Like, I know they have baby range, but like, it's so bad. Like, they can't do anything. Yeah, 5-star's only at 10%, which isn't that great unless you're just wearing the gear all the time, in which case, sure, you can invest into it. But I feel like that's more of a thing you'll do later down the line, because people are like using their money in other ways right now. Like, I think I have a couple like 3-star, a couple 4-star, stuff like that, but... eh. That's for 10% for every 10 wins you get, that's 10% more. So for every 100 games you play, that's 10 more games, smile. Realistically, I like the idea of a 10% garbage. Like, I wish it was like, I don't know, like 30, 40 or something. 10%'s really not that much. 10% just kind of screams to me, they're like, we don't want you to earn chunks too quickly. Like, okay, man. Yeah, you added the low elo hell. This implies that I'm not in low elo hell. That's plus 50, it doesn't make a difference. I still get like the 3 and 18 splooshes on the norm. Which is like, you know, that's like whatever. I've been playing open, that's kind of expected, but like when I queue into Anarchy, I'm hoping for like a little bit better than that. I don't know. Solo queue is solo queue. This does not change. Now, unironically, the Sound matchmaking is built better because once you're actually high elo, you're probably gonna find other people that are, you know, like high elo. You know, as opposed to this, where it's like, congrats, you're S plus 50, like 2000, whatever the frick. Have an A rank. Smile. Okay, bro, thanks. If only I had the splash ball. Judd told me use splash ball for the sprinkler. I definitely 10 missile me. As PvP is worse, it's just they prioritize like speed of matchmaking as opposed to like actual quality. This is how it is. Like, I'm never gonna expect solo queue to be, like, serious or anything, but, like, damn, it's just depressing how I just sit there for 5 minutes in a game that you know is, like, over from the start just because, like, matchmaking is just, like, that terrible. Hammer moment. Hey, go get the juice, bro. Go get the juice. Yeah, go get the juice. Do it. Yeah, go get it. Go get it, man. Realistically, it's like still playable most of the time. It's just really annoying starting stream and being like, oh boy, I hope my stream of Splatoon 3 is fun to start. The first like 10 minutes already has me just like sitting there like neutral, slightly frowning face of like, ugh. It's like I think I have a pretty high tolerance, but like 111 sploosh is kind of pushing it. Start. Oh no, man. Nah, because when I did the nines and salmon and all that, like when I run for freelancers, like I would consistently get freelancers that like, you know, even if they don't have like the greatest of like game sense in salmon, like they definitely had they had like the mechanics to like I can see them like winning at that level, like for sure. The matchmaking is just like a big mosh pit because eventually you'll rank up if you just bang your head on the wall hard enough with like decent enough mechanical and like skill and like game awareness. So like it's just a matter of like playing long enough and like you'll get the S plus and whatever past like a certain point. Like I don't think you can really do the same thing in salmon necessarily. Like you can bang your head against the wall, but you're probably not gonna be winning. I could do the thing where you're just like consistently like losing wave 2 and 3. Yeah, I never did part for Splatfest, like, at all, because I was just busy playing with people instead, because I think that's more fun, but... I don't know, maybe next Splatfest we'll see. I didn't end up streaming Splatfest, did I? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Maybe this month. Yeah, that's why I always tell people, like, don't take rank seriously. Like, from someone who's, like been around, like, done comp, beaten, like, top players, rank is like a meme. Don't take it seriously. It's nice to want to improve and all that, and you can to some degree in ranked, but, like, If you're getting frustrated, you're losing a game that's out of your control. Like that's just life. Like I'm sitting here staring at the game like I can't do anything. Does matchmaking just be like that sometimes? Don't forget me. You know, like people like vent it in different ways. Like people get like mad. I don't get mad. I just sit there and I'm just like, please, like, I just want like basic gameplay. By basic, I mean just like, please do the thing your weapon is built to do. I never like actually get like mad over solo. The only time I get like really annoyed at solo is just when it's like, you know, like typical like quote unquote matchmaking, just like pairing a bunch of stuff that has no business being together. This is bad. No. They protected themselves from my sprinkler, even though I don't have one. Ah, what a great game. Very cool. Wow. Double charger while you get a dapple. See, that's just like... That's just funny to me, because just like I've seen that a lot in this game where I'll be like, yeah, triple splatter shot versus like zero shooter, and it's just like, what is the, like... it just feels like you're just throwing darts at a board at that point. Just to see what sticks. Yeah, no, it definitely does. It's just really goofy to me. Like, I get the vibe it's gonna be the same thing as, like, last game. Where, like, they'll add X rank and be like, you need to be S plus 10 or, like, maybe 20 or something, and eventually everyone's just gonna move up anyway, so it's gonna be, like, the same exact thing, where people who play the game long enough, even if they're not actually, like, amazing at the game, are gonna be there. Which, again, wouldn't be a problem if the matchmaking actually paired together people with similar, like, power level, but, like, it kinda just doesn't. Like, it wouldn't matter, because, like, Japan has, like, their, like, really high lobbies in S2. But, like, Western players, like, never got into them. It's like, nah, you need fast lobby, have a 2200. Like, it might, I hope it does. Because, like, I'll take slightly laggy lobbies with people who actually know how to play the game. Over, like, Sploosh Simulator 2022. As opposed to Sploosh Simulator 2017. It's actually a downgrade, because Sploosh got downgraded in this game like hardcore. Grab the fish! What are you doing? Goodness. Grab fish. We're slacking. Yeah. Oh, that's not worth the train. I got animating at the end, so I couldn't like drag stick away. Alright, well you're a Splatana, so I simply don't believe. Yeah. No faith. Ow. You stealth. You don't, that's why they were blasting you. Alright, man. I feel like I'm gonna get this Hydro die. Are you really this out of position? This is really... That's what we're doing. Guess it is what we're doing. That's not what I wanted. I didn't even get to say, I was looking at the hammer and like, I want to say going to die in 3, 2, 1. No, they died in like 1.5. Dude, whenever I played like hammer weapons like for fun, like I just genuinely don't want to go in anymore. The thing does not protect you. The latency gets you shot through it anyway. The hitbox is so tiny, like it's so terrible. Yeah, like unless there's someone like right on top of me, I'm like 100% confident. Like I just like don't. For the Hydra and it just was annoying. Yeah, it's common. By common, I mean kind of like necessary because this game is. They've had this ramble a million times. E-Leader good, map design questionable. People need Ninja to not get hit by E-Leader every 2 seconds. Smile. Also bomb spam. Why is it actually S2 mapped again? Like, damn, I might actually consider open even though like solo opens like kind of like questionable sometimes. Like consistently S2 maps. 2 days in a row when I'm streaming at that time. Oh, I just went on that shirt, okay. Here the ink brush, cool. And save on those actually. Maybe for Explode. Bombarded by ads. Listen, you know how it is. I know it's how I played Octobrush, but like, man, I just like... I only played it once and it lasted like 10 seconds, but like, I think it's also like Brush on Bridge feels hard because it's just a hallway map. It's not really Brush once. No, Nah, I did my dailies last night. I don't know why I feel like compelled to like show the fact that I did my dailies, but I did. Dude, I keep doing the thing. I scroll over twice to see the maps because I think it was twice in S2. Now it's only one. Didn't know ESL Mako is a bad rotation. I mean, it depends on mode. I kind of like Heel Tail, but again, mode dependent. I'd rather play that map right now than quote-unquote Mahi and Hammerhead. TC. I think TC is fine on Heel Tail. Mako's just the same as it was, which, again, I think Mako's overrated and not actually that good. People are just obsessed with it, but people act like Mako is the pinnacle of Splatoon maps. I'm like, no. It's just okay. I have not played Dually like at all. Listen, I'm the preacher that Mako CP is garbage. People will wake up one day. Mako Clan Blitz is terrible. Mako Clan Blitz is a poor Clan Blitz in disguise. The distance from the goal to the middle is like 1.5 seconds. You full wipe, you lose. It's not good. People are like, it's so good, we're gonna put it in tournament. No, I've played it in tournament. It's garbage. I won a tourney by playing on the map twice. I hate it. Terrible. I literally no. It was literally a tournament with like we played Port Clan Blitz and Mako Clan Blitz in the same tournament. We won it both times, but I'm just like I'm sitting there the whole time like anxiety running. I'm just like we're not allowed to die. We're not allowed to die. We're not allowed to die because if you die, you lose, in like the most extreme way possible. Like I was playing like Brush that tourney. I was literally just like farming ballers because I'm just like I'm not allowed to die. I'm not allowed to die. I'm gonna run around rat, paint, and just not die. Alright. Okay, fellas. I think a burst bomb makes this so much harder. Can't break that solo. I wouldn't call Port the worst map in the series, to be honest. I want to argue Maul is somehow worse, but I mean, it's like comparing garbage to trash, so like, you know. Yeah, long arrow maps tend to be bad, which is why I rail on this Hammerhead, because like, what is this? This is literally big wall. You get spawn camp, there's just 2 hallways. Like, not a good map in this game. I have low faith this game just because Viper plus that culture is not very good, but we'll say. Oh, there goes one of my only actual weapons. You're just gonna get bullied. No, say, like, no. Vacuum. Feel obligated to babysit them because, like, there's a chance there, but if the guy just, like, ignores the vacuum, then it's just like, now what? Why is no one watching the front? I don't foresee us winning this because we simply do not have pushing power in our specials. Like, vacuum does not do anything for a push. Also, it's a Jets culture, so, like, you know. Gal's trying to make a play, nice. Nice, trade's okay. Not ideal, but okay. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not a fan of, like, the redesigns of, like, any of these maps right now. And one of my biggest complaints about this game is just map design is still very, like, poor. A lot of these. There we go. Yeah, I may have put that back if you wanted to do anything. Yeah, no. It's just not it's not a factor. Okay. I have to go for, like, the crazy plays. It's like 30 seconds. Opportunity. We're alone. Okay, that's gonna be rough. Cool. Their team kind of panicked. Also, yeah, like, yeah, whatever you want to say about the vac stalling the one guy, but at the same time, it's just like, it's such a contextual thing where it's a 3v1 anyway. I don't think you necessarily needed that special to do that. But fine. It was such a weird game. I didn't even feel like I got 16 kills. Felt like I was dying every 2 seconds. Yeah, like, honestly, if they had the old Hammerhead, which still had the wall-eye problem with, like, the spawn is just, like, a straight line, which is bad. Like, you could have made the spawn wider. And made the flank, like, not so far. And the stuff you could do to it, like, I just, like, the new one is literally just like, let's make wall-eye again. But bigger. Like, I don't know. Not good. You ever play the new Hammerhead and, like, TC and you get snowballed once and it's just like, wow, I can't do anything. That's correct. It's not just you, it's just the map design being bad. And Mahi just got, like, massacred. The most defining thing about old Hammerhead zones was it was a giant rectangle, but it's not even just a square now. Like, Heel Tail Zone is like a rectangle, I guess. Like, it'd be one thing if the maps were designed in such a way to, like, complement how the game is, but to be honest, like, I look at these maps, I'm just like, yeah, these aren't that good. For, like, a lot of the retros. And that's, like, weird, because on some of the better map modes from, like, 2, they, like, adjust slightly. Like, I thought Inkwild Clan Boats was, like, a solid map mode, but they moved the goal back, like, 5 to 10 feet, which is, like, fine, you want to remove the step cheese, but it's, like, they do a change like that on a map that I think is still playable, as is. But then they have like a really bad map mode and they're like, no, it's good. I'll get it. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Rainmaker checkpoints are just like really, really close. Like the middle. But it's like, obviously, it has to be to some degree, but like, it's the same thing with TC. Like, TC checkpoint 1 will be like 5 points into a path. That's like, what is this? Wow, we have a Vunder. Epic. Oh wait, wait. There's no map. Goodness. Okay, fair. And by fair, I mean there's nowhere to hide when I want to do that anyway. So like, once I literally rolled like behind this block at like the perfect angle, I was kind of just playing for so much as daring to try that. Funny. It's like such a horrendous thing to challenge, but I just think it's funny. Also, dude, object permanence. It's a concept. I'll roll myself off the map for you, but like, just because you lost sight of me for 1 second doesn't mean I left. It just means I moved. I am marked. Blob, no, never mind. Blob moment. Cannot clutch, only random kill. Alright, here comes the quote-unquote fun part of Mahi. Quote-unquote. Hey. I say, like, surely they're fine, right? Oh, why did you both... okay, what the hell is going on? What is this? But it's just like spaghetti fest of a game. Oh, come on, dude. He's like, what? It feels so inconsistent hitting crab, like, with, like, shooters, I swear. That's if you're not, like, a machine. It's, like, a gamble, if it even works. Object permanence is a stupid concept for competitive spots. No, I think that's just life. Like, when you're like a child and you play peekaboo, that applies in real life too. Just because a person went around the corner outside your room doesn't mean they're gone. Actually, it just means you can't see them. It's a weird idea, I know, but that's what makes it. That's what makes it fun for the baby. They don't get it yet. They think it's magic. Like, where did you come from? Why did I stay with the Vunder and a blob? Why did I do that? Hi, Saber. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of these, I feel like a lot of these maps could use, like, hard reworks. Kinda like S2 Day 1. Yeah, Vunder's like the worst weapon in the game. But I have 3 stars in it, I can't slander. I think it's funny bullying people with a literal bottom tier, right? Yeah, right. You see Blarg's exclamation point gets me. It's fun playing a bottom tier. Because people are like, they're trolling, and then you'd be right. Because no one's picking Vunder to win. We all know this. Yeah, you're right, I'm just challenge running myself. I just have to replace the CDS with another, like, bottom tier. You're right. I'm trying to think, what else would I pick? For, like, a bottom tier. Like hard, a lot of the sucky weapons have something. Should've popped it sooner. Go team. Play Tenebrella? No, I hate that thing. In this game, absolutely not. Game hit help! Blob! And hammer sucks. Yippee. So awful. Actually, Sploosh would be a good pick for a what? What are we doing with that? Sploosh would be a good pick for, like, the bottom tier squad, to be honest, in this game right now. I don't know, it might have a little too much, like, X factor just because it's a lightweight shooter. I don't know, that sounds a little bit too useful, even if it has, like, no bomb in a range. You playing this game? Wow, what a cool weapon. Haha. Again, I love Crab just because I love Explo, so like the two just like... Explo make me happy, so special that gives me temporary Explo and make me very happy. It's a nice back. No! Your teammate on respawn. Oh, we kinda all died. Oh no. No, Tent just sucks in this game. I've already had my rant about why I think Vacuum's a bad special. Like, Tent as a main weapon's so bugged out, it's not even, like, funny. You actually just get shot through shield, like, on the norm now. I was gonna say, are we following up per chance? Go Blargs. Go Blargs. Go Blargs. This machine is struggling with an undercover Brella. Okay, buddy. Yep. Mm-mm. Yeah, Crab's Hydra plus X both was baller, and it's genuinely like it's like quickly becoming one of my favorite specials. Bonk. Oh. Damn, now what'll he do? Do nothing? Oh. That did a shield, okay. Air did 84 to me, so that makes sense. Ow. Wow, what a cool special. I love getting to burn their whole meter and then they die. Wow, so cool. Love overwhelming it with literally 2 players. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that well's a bit too useful. You can't do that. Alright, have fun getting out of walleye. Good luck. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Good luck, man. Have fun getting out of walleye. This map is garbage. Oh my god. What an awful map. Jeez, man. Now, you know, stick with Blargs. Blargs knows where it's at. I get all the kills because it's a Vunder. Great. I seem to be having fun. I am because the map is so terrible. Also, I just like hitting direct shots with Crab. Yeah, let's go Blargs. I have no idea who you are, but you're playing Vunder. You amuse me. You're wonderful. Are you Ninja Squid? No, that's not Ninja Squid shirt. You're Ninja Squid Vunder? Oh my goodness. A professional in the making. Blargs will be our next top player. Our next top Vunder troll. I have a Vunder badge, I'm proud of them. I don't quite have that, but I'm like close, I think. Yeah, we'll show the world with our Vunder sweep. Once Reslider gets buffed slightly, instead of being like bottom 1 of the game, we'll be like debatably bottom 2. And I don't even know what the second one would be, to be honest. Vunder's so bad. Did I see the 2 Gooters in Area Cup? I heard about it, I'm just assuming they were missile botting, so I don't know. I didn't actually like watch it. I just heard about it. The Vunder sweep. I feel like weapon-wise, this should be much more difficult just because there's machine shot. Machine plus another burst weapon, so, you know, do our best. Our incredible Vunder DPS! Nice checkpoint. Someone's annoying the blob. No! You can't do that to my blob player, heck you. Alright, I'm going in. Do they know? Do they know? They didn't know, but... reacted. Make Saunders pop on Crab Tank. Crab Tank would be cool on it, but... And I kinda, like... And I want Burst Bomb for it to not be a total meme, because, like, clearly Vunder is just, like, one of the, the weapon ever of bad, but, like... I don't know. Because that caster's, like, over already, man. It's over. Bye. Nah, Gootuber can't shake hands with Vunder, has missiles. Ruined. If you want to be a bottom tier, you need like a bad special too. Or like one of the weaker end specials, not missile. Totsugeki, yay. Yippee, ow. Hi! I love roller physics, yay! So glad that those are still in the game, aren't you? Alright, so you know, we may have pushed our luck with the Vunder, but you know, it's okay. We'll come back stronger than ever next time. It's so weird seeing drop roller on Carbon and like being like that's not a total throw because you have zip cast. Oh, you got destroyed. I don't know what to say. Like your ninja squid and got called on that like perfectly. Okay. Oh, actually, wait, hold up. Actually, Blargs? Clutching up in a terrible matchup? Let's go. Blarg, no! You were the chosen one. You were the redeemer of bottom tier, and by redeemer I mean just like the bottom tier user, I don't know. Nice. Nah, Vunder undefeatable, baby. Vunder sweep! It's the Vunder sweep. I choose my teammates wisely. I see Vunder player, I'm just like, hell yeah. Vunder. Okay, I'm leaving, but... I don't know if that hit me, but okay. Let's go, she's so deep. Blast him. Ow. Alright, I think we need to do R button mode, because this is like... This is the map, you know? The guy holding forward here. Yeah. Oh no. Ah, that's so bad. That's so bad. Go, Blargs, go! Yeah, he comboed. I'm so proud. Alright, now kill the rain. There you go, beautiful. I parried the Autobomb! I parried the Autobomb! Let's go, Blargs! Oh my goodness. Actually, no, the Autobomb did damage. I don't know, like, I don't know how it didn't kill me. I don't know. Whatever. Fine. Blarg's my goat. They have the weapon win animation because they know only Brella is worthy of it. Incredible. Are we actually 4-0 with a Vunder and block? What is this, man? This is what Anarchy was made for. Really. Are you Blarg? See, like, it's always the meme on Twitch, because it's like GGMX. So, like, you know, I'd never be able to tell. Blargs is truly a legend. You like saying low tiers do well? Yeah. That's fair. I mean, it's just amusing because, like, it's Vunder, and, like, Brella's, like, the worst weapon class, and Vunder's, like, definitely, like, the worst weapon in the game, so it's very funny to me. Crap. Yeah, this is, you know, it's really just a masterpiece, seeing a Vunder at work, really. And I'm truly inspired to go Vunder and Rainmaker, not actually. Alright, Bandit Max are actual players. If Blarg clutches it out, what can I say? Vunder might be bottom 3, maybe. I have double shot splash, what is this, man? Ow. Wonder how drastic they'll be with balance patches. I hope they're willing to buff stuff like hard. Dude, I hate this because this map is just a hallway, so if they pop a Zuka, yeah, like, it's just like, you have to deal with this garbage because it's just like, oh, well, there's just like a 1 in 3 chance you'll just frickin' explode. Like, that's fun. Like, alright, dude. Go Blargs! My Explo go crazy. Aw. The fact that they didn't even get the checkpoint is kind of depressing. Like, look at their comp compared to ours. There's a guy here. Hi. You're weak. Blarg, turn around. Let's go, Blargs! With the Vunder gameplay. The guy down here. Hi. No, I don't care. No, that doesn't work. No, that does not work. You die. Alright, Blargs is holding down the front line. Amazing gameplay. Truly. Look at Blargs go. Really just beyond our comprehension. Go Blargs! Let's go Blargs! You got it, it's 1v2, you can stall that easy. Oh, that's okay, you'll get him next time. But Blargs didn't care! What a legend. My goodness. Ollie map! Ollie map garbage! I hate this map, dude. Oh my god, literally anyone in the world can just get multi-kills with Zuka. But awful design. No. It's okay, it works. They had top tiers, they were clearly cheating. They couldn't defeat Vunder honorably. God, I actually hate Trizuka. Like, I hate this map, but like... Oh my goodness. Like, genuinely anyone can just get multi-kills with Zuka. It's so bad. The fact you weren't winning in the first 20 seconds... No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Blargs is legendary. Greatest Vunder I've seen in solo queue. Legendary. Now, if you're complaining Zuka needs to be better, you're just bad, like, unironically. Like, you're not good with Zuka. That's a you problem. Zuka's, like, one of the best specials in the game, and maps are designed in garbage ways like that, where literally you just pop it and you probably kill everyone. Like, it's like 3 hallways, like, what is there to miss? Yeah, we're 4-1, we're 4-1, it's fine. No, Blargs, come back! Now I'm just sad. Yeah, you didn't go for the check, and then you got expo fall off by my crab, and it's like, bro, what are you doing? Genuinely. Blargs! No! I miss them already. How can I go on with my stream without Blarg? No. This is so sad. Add Blargs. It's tempting. It's tempting. Remind me after this game. We'll try and add Blargs. Our legendary player. Alright, Pizza 23556. It's not a Vunder. It's a low tier, but it's not a Vunder, so I don't have the same attachment to them. But we'll see what they can do. Vunder has a special place in my heart, being the little, like, goblin, gremlin, awful, garbage dinky it is. Okay, cool, you killed the Dapple. Awesome. That's a crab. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, some people hit it so easily, and then, like, I try and it just doesn't. Why is my controller drifting down on the map? I hate when it does that. I don't know about that hitting. That didn't look great. Alright, so we're playing hallway map against, you know, a charger. You know, sucks. Kinda awful, kinda terrible, kinda garbage, but you know. Such is. Alright, the shotgun for hero play. Got one. I didn't know another team crab. That's actually such a throw, but alright. Hey, beacon setup too, though. Wow, hallway map is so fun. Hallway map is so fun. I love hallway map like 10 million in the Splatoon series. Can you just throw that? They're like 1 man. You could have just thrown it to help me do that sooner. Like, trust your crab. Trust your crab. Or that expo's like, or the charger was in the corner. I think that should have been a bit easier of a kill. I'm saying Blarg would have gotten that kill instantly with the slowest killing weapon in the game. God, I hate this map. There's nowhere to drop. That's like one. I mean, they're all dying actually. Yeah, we can go. That looks like he's over here. Yeah, just stall that guy and go. Well, you stalled him. You didn't kill him though. Man, I miss Blarg. Mess my bottom tier. Alright, Charger. Gotta say, like, you're still here. Interesting trade. If you kill the spot, they've done this twice. They've like thrown twice, but you just don't kill the spot behind. They all overextend, and you just don't win the one fight that mattered. Oh my goodness. This is solo queue clownery. They actually threw the game twice, but my team isn't like aware enough to like abuse it. Like they're all just sitting in the middle left the Rainmaker alone that's actually gonna lose. No Blargs, unplayable game. It's better of Vunder than Dynamo in series. I think Dynamo's kind of bad in this game too, to be honest. Like I think really bad, but Vunder's definitely worse. But they're bad for different reasons. Yeah, no, Pizza can't compare to the Blarg. It's just not a contest. Gotta say. Let me add Blarg. Hold on. Users you played with. Where are they? Their name different in game. Their name would be different. Where are they? Oh. Oh. That's my goat. Okay, no, in honor of Blarg. Hold on. I have to win the last game in the series for Blarg. I simply have to. Love River. I think going back above a bit, I think Brush is pretty good in this game. Because like a weapon, like I don't know how, like where it stands like metal wise, but I just think it's like solid. Especially your Rainmaker. Probably like the one mode. Might be like the best in. Alright, I am the Vunder now. Yeah, see, I got the pop, I get the kill credit, even though that makes no damn sense. Because Vunder DPS is literally bottom tier, but you know, whatever. Fine. Blarg gives me power. Blarg gives me power! It's just that easy. You know, Splatoon's an easy game when you play the worst weapon in the game. Amazing work. Great job. Over 400 points in a series. Alright. That's the Vunder difference. Really the greatest weapon. Time to put on the Vunder badge? I don't have the Vunder badge yet. To get the badge you need 4-star, I'm only like mostly there, but I don't have it yet. The only weapon badges I have are Flash Hero, Shot Machine, Squelchy, Brella, Sultana Stamper. But, you know, we can keep playing Vunder. We gotta get that badge. It's all about getting into the spirit, because we know Vunder sucks. You know, if you're compelled enough, make it work. That's when Vunder badges the paint. I don't think it'll actually take that long, assuming we're running. Like 60k isn't too much. How goes it? You missed the legend of Blarg. My hero. If I pick the bottom tier, I simply have to get paired with weapons that aren't bottom tier, right? That's how it works, totally. Love have so many shooters. You're no Blarg, but you'll have to do. What? Blarg, what the? Oh my. Blarg has given me power beyond reason. I'm stun locked right now. That was I did not expect that at all. Yeah, they watched out that time. Yeah, they learned. Why here? Why here? Why here? Why here? Jeez. Yeah, easy combo. Do I just do it again? I feel like this is objectively a bad idea, but whatever. Help. No, you're all so weak. Nice. Oh no, why did it bounce that way? I hate Busy. Yeah, we just have to charge up a bit. Alright, here we go. It's like the lowest scoring game, by the way. That is not what I meant, but sure. Bye-bye. That was a game. I didn't mean to fall down with the reslice. I kind of thought I threw, but then they just didn't grab the fish, so... Okay. And then they didn't even kill me for grabbing it. Oh my god. I was not mentally prepared for the reef slider to kill 3 people in that game in the beginning. how close were they standing that I killed 3 people with this? Like, the one guy dropped and 2 of them were just, like, hugging each other. That's funny. Bucket shot squeeze. Shot roller gal gal. I feel like this lobby is doing the thing where they want to pick good weapons, and I'm just like, lark smiley face. Wow. Why does it keep working? Not the Vunder fall. Wow, this weapon does no damage, but we already knew that. Ow. Unlucky. Like, I have my single special saver sub now. Easy. Positive matchup if your teammate just Zukas the hell out of the guy. Blaha roadkill counter. We're just gonna have a thing where every time I roll over or anybody on stream with like crab or just like with the reslide, it's gonna be a thing. Whoa, my. That's the worst weapon in the game, baby. It happens. Don't open your shield, smile. Oh, my shield. It came back, but they're at a different angle. Fuck it, now you're so out of position! Bro, there was no attempt at, like, not getting hit there. You're just pointing at the Vunder like it's the worst weapon in the game. Which it is, but you're still doing it wrong. Nice. Haha. Easy. I will die for you, friend. I think the devs thought Undercover was too good, so I got Janks. I think the devs just want to make Vunder a meme kit for the rest of Splatoon. Like, they're like, there's no Splashdown, so just, you know, replace it with, you know, our Splashdown replacement. And I think that's hilarious. Also, they're grabbing the Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse Smile. Yippee. Have fun getting that out of her spawn. Have fun, bro. Yeah, I can keep it there in their spawn if they want. +1 to the blah counter. Ow. I'm not serious! Yeah, does not want to lose to an undercover brawler. Sure. Braces are pain. I've heard many stories. Never had braces though. I can't imagine they're anything but like kind of annoying. Eight inflatable sharks. Ah ha ha. Purple brace is sick. Purple's an awesome color. No bias, and by no bias I mean full bias. Well, take me on music. You're supposed to have braces, but never did. Yeah, I just never had them. What will Harmony disappoint me with today? What's in the mystery box? What could it be? Money! I feel like getting a mystery box from a shop where you're supposed to buy things and the box is just filled with money. I feel like that can't be legal, right? Like, I don't think they could just give you money. The catalog is till November 30th, 7 p.m. Like about 2 months. I really wish these rotations were swapped, because I would like to play zones in series on Hagglefish and stuff. You know, I'll give you a shot open, but you know, only because I don't want to play Clan Blitz on the not even Clan Blitz. I just don't want to play the S2 maps. I was so I was low key kind of annoyed yesterday when I was streaming. Like the last 2 hours of stream were just like only Splatoon 2 maps online. I'm like, what is this? Yeah, catalog doesn't take too long. You have plenty of time. Once you fill out the first catalog, you're good. Want to push for 9 but playing undercover? Yeah. What about it? Because the Splatoon 1 music is playing, my mind immediately went to, yeah, like, haven't you seen the S+99 custom tuners? I don't care. I'm sure they could block people for throwing, but they don't care. And levels for 1 run speed ticket? Yeah, that's depressing, isn't it? Like, right, Paolo? Maybe. I got free in Maja, which was kind of swole. So, like, heck these boxes. Give me my inflatable shark. Da 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 da. Whee! I want to run over the leader. Unlucky. Whoa! Whoa, we're like fighting and stuff. Whoa. I'll swoosh on over here real quick. Explode in place because I got baited. You thought I was going up there, you fool. I played 4D chess with that guy. You're gonna be thinking about that all day now. Interesting inflatable shark. Interesting, please don't kill me. And be a little peppy, brother. Haha. Run him up. No! No! I want to run him over. Ah, it's depressing, isn't it? Getting one shot by an undercover, that's kind of embarrassing. Not gonna lie. Maybe. Nah, I don't blame the Tetra. I feel like I could fall for that too, because it'd be like, no, they're gonna run over my anchor, and it's just like, nope, they did it in place. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do undercover till I get like the badge, and then I can do Reg Roller or something. Maybe. Octo Gamer, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Yeah, honestly, Reslider IMO all it needs is more iframes at the end. But it's like the animation at the end of this. Like when you do like the hop and your arms are like extended and like that weird T-pose kind of thing, you're really, really vulnerable. Like if that had more iframes, I think it'd be fine. Outside of that, I like the idea of the special. Just too vulnerable at the end. It's this backward splashdown. Yeah, it would also have the ability if it like anything like that I run over and anything in this circle radius should just delete bombs. I think that's like if they did those two things, I think it'd actually be like pretty legitimate. Yeah, distracted from my team. Isn't that awesome? Look at that. Beautiful. They got baited, sorry. Why do they want to get on undercover so badly? Okay, but why did they do it there? Because it's like, you're gonna go down anyway, that didn't matter at all. Scepter's very laggy, by the way. Oh, what? Did my shield not come out in time, or is it because they're laggy? I'll end up block it and then do it back. That's not cap. Or whatever. I was still doing the thing where it's like drifting down when I open the map, it's kind of annoying. Okay. It's gonna reset my controller in the meantime. And now it's fine. I have the primal urge to run that over. Nothing later's broken on this map. This map on zones is kind of bad, but whatever. Yeah, no, this map's designed against chargers, so garbage map. Like, they have two chargers, but it's still, like, genuinely that awful. There's nothing happening, we're all just sitting on opposite ends of the map. How would you back? No one is here, man. Well, the machine stood directly in the path of that really slow projectile, so that's unfortunate for them. Least favorite map? That's like hard. I think there's a lot of bad map modes in this game right now. Mincemeat might be on zones might be one of my least favorite. From a zones POV, I think Mahi in general is complete garbage. Like, I don't know what they were doing with that. I don't like Hammerhead on anything, really, because it's just Walleye again. I think Eeltail's good, I actually like Eeltail. Undertow... I don't want to hate Undertow, but the complete lack of a flank makes the map just play so slowly. It's just two lanes. Like, I like the idea, but like, it feels like you're like forced to use like Zipcaster or like special to initiate anything. Probably those maps. Yeah, hallway maps are just not fun. Or are they good? Like, Inkpot's okay. Like, Mako's overrated, but it's okay outside of Clamblitz, which I think is terrible. Surgeon's okay. I don't like Wahoo World, but it's... You know, I'd rather... Now, would I rather... Wahoo World's, like, playable, but it's, like, not great either. Like, Hagglefish is, like, solid. Torch is okay. I feel like my opinion on a lot of the maps in this game is just, like, they're okay or they're terrible. Not really, like, many map modes that make me go, like, oh yeah, that one's really good. Like, not really a lot of those. Hagglefish is like a flatter starfish. He's Squelchy. Boy leader. You missed Skipper. I think Skipper was fine. That sucks. And the leader's gonna be hard with our comp. Yeah. Combo. Nice. That sucks. Ooh. I feel like maps where you don't need to push out specials. That's the problem. On every map you need to do that, like, once people are, like, good enough. Like, getting locked out in this game is brutal. It's like, there are initiation specials, like, you have stuff like Booyah and Missile in the game still, but it feels like if you don't have, like, specific specials in this game, you just get, like, hard blocked out so badly. Like, it is vicious getting out of spawn in this game. Especially against stuff like E-Leader. Yeah, Hammerhead's definitely one of the worst examples of that, or like best isn't like worst example of that because you simply lose like instantly if you fall like so bad. Like other maps are less extreme, some of them, but no good maps in this game. That's the thing. I I use the word okay because I don't love many maps in this game. Like, they're just okay. Like, they're okay because, like, they're playable. They're fine. They serve what they are meant to do. Which is, like, better than just, like, downright, like, horrible. Like, I struggle to say I like a lot of the maps right now. I just think they're, like, some are more playable than others. Like, day one SD maps were, like, the same. Like, not a lot of them I really said, like, could say I liked. A lot of them had a lot of big problems. They got, like, totally revamped later. Like, I think when they redid stuff like Reef, they, like, fixed the map, like, a lot, to the point where I would actually, like, go so far as to call it a good map. Like, I think Reef, after getting reworked, is, like, a good map. On, like, pretty much every mode. Like, Rainmaker is not perfect, but... no map's perfect. Also, why did that not break my shield? That. No missiles. No. At. Primal urge to just, like, do the raw Totsu, but I will behave myself. Predictions for balance patch. I want more buffs and nerf. I don't like... people are like, I want machine nerf. Like, this bug fix it. I don't want that nerf. I want the power level to go up. I want more weapons like machine and splash and shot. Like, don't be, like, gutting machine just because it was used for, like, 2 months. Like, of course people are using it. So many of the kits in this game are garbage. Like, I'd like the Reef Slider buff where it has more iframes at the end of it. For sure, that would be nice. I think Missile needs a full rework because that Missile is just bad for the game, like, straight up again. Like, it's just copy-pasted, like, an unhealthy special. Like, of course it's bad for the game. I also want LDE to, like, you know, be nerfed on the whole, but if they nerf the curve on Fizzy to not be double Fizzy, I think that'd be good. Because double Fizzy with one main of investment's been stupid. Like, has always been stupid since 2. It just wasn't as prominent toward the end of the game because Machine fell off a ton because it didn't have a special, but, you know, even then, like, LDE suction's just kind of degenerate, so I'd rather just not have it be nearly as good. That's a very delayed cancel on that. Like, that was like halfway into the bar, like the either latency or like the last frame you can possibly cancel. That was super late. Are they not weak enough? Like, I was gonna say, they're definitely weak. Kinda healed by the time I slid over. Honestly, I feel like Splatana as a main weapon doesn't even need buffs, it just needs like a hit. Like, even if you bug fix Hammer, it's still bad. It's just like it has no proper kit. So this is like the most like nothing happens kind of game. It's just like I stall and paint the zone for a few seconds, I flank the Totsugeki. That is the entire game. This has been. Yeah, like, I don't think they'll rework Missile first patch, but, like, I want Missile hard rework, because that special is annoying, it's degenerate, it's easy to play, gets way too much mileage, and people are unironically picking Reflux just to get, like, 2800 pain a game, and I think that's horrible. Like, I don't think that has any place in this game, and no one enjoys it at any level, like, casual or, like, competitive. It's just degenerate. I don't want Missile to be what it was. Like, I think that just needs to be completely reworked. I expect like a Halloween Lavas at some point this month, like around like the 20th or something. Like what is the weekend this month? Yeah, I could see the Halloween Fest being like the 29th and 30th. I wouldn't go so far as to say Machine isn't a good main weapon, because like being an AoE weapon to 76 is still very strong. Especially when there's not a ton of AoE weapons right now. I think it's mostly like people like act like it does everything when realistically its kill time is slow. Which is like kind of a big problem it has sometimes, but like, I don't know. You want to like Reflex but horribly designed? Yeah, like I could see them like changing the main weapon around, and like if they rework Missile to not just be like spammy degeneracy, then like maybe people actually play it for the main weapon. But right now it's just like if I see a Reflex, I'm just like sitting there like, you're playing it for Missile. I don't care. Like you can tell me anything you want. You're simply playing it for Missile. Like no one in their right mind is like, yeah, I want to play like a shorter range Swiffer. It's just like, no, you're playing it for Missile. Just be honest with yourself. Also, I'm fighting leader on this map. I think we auto lose. I have like nothing to disrupt that thing. We have like 2 bombs. An awful map. I have Missile Spam and Knee Leader. It's like 2 of my least favorite things about this game right now, baby. Why would you step in front of that? Wow, what a fun matchup this is. So much fun. I don't know, open kill so slow. I can't even kill that guy fast enough. I think Reflex is based on like a reflex bow. Something like that. I am no archer. Why would you just stand there? There's nowhere to stand on this map against Charger, like, genuinely. Like, even on hold, it feels like you have to drop to not get hit. So awful. Wow, isn't it so fun that the leader can hit the entire zone from back there and you're not allowed to stand in it? That's so cool, man. That's so awesome. I love having to play from the literal corner because they can't design a map. That was like so inexcusably bad. Like in Rainmaker, there's a cushion in the middle at least. Like, why did they think this would ever be a good idea? Like, I think this map is, like, playable in modes like Rainmaker, but in zones, like, this is, like, so comedically awful. Like, the leader's not even, like, defending themselves against me walking forward with an undercover, but they still get so much mileage just by existing. Like, no, I'm convinced, like, I honestly might think this is a worse, like, zones map than Mahi at the moment. Specifically zones, but, like, still, like, I think this is, like, bottom 2 with Mahi of, like, a worst zone map in the game. Like, I complained about it during the Splatfest too. I said there's no, like, geometry at all. Like, it's the same problem with the final game, like, a month in. I'm like, this map sucks. Like, later should not be allowed to just, like, delete anyone who so much is there to stand in the zone. Like, bro, add, like, a pillow or, like, a block or something. Like, the game's free if I was playing Machine or something, but, like, it's just... still a horrible map. Yeah, no, I despise Mincemeat. I just think that's, like, horrible. Like, Mincemeat's easily an example of, like, like, the kind of map that makes me, like, think E-Liter is, like, genuinely problematic in this game. Like, there's a reason, like, Japan's, like, complaining about Liter. Like, in maps like that, of course. Like, bro, what do you do? Does Vunder badge maintain? No, but I simply don't want to play it after that game. That's just like, it's just frustrating being the worst weapon in the game against like debatably like the best weapon on like a map build for it. Then instead I'm gonna swap to another like bottom tier or low tier in this game. This weapon can two-shot. After being horrible, can't make it past A. Yeah, it's rough. Keep at it. He'll get there. Alright then. Yeah, Brawl class like is like garbage in this game, but I mean like part of it's also the kits, because like Vunder was already like, bottom tier in the last game, so. It hasn't even been like a minute, I already like don't want to play this thing anymore. It's just like, it's so bad. And I got missiled! Yay, I'm dead! Fun special! God, I want Missile to just die. Nah, bombs wouldn't even save Brawl. The weapon's too incongruent. It doesn't matter. Like, you give a Brawl a spot bomb, it's still a low tier in this game. If you give it a broken kit, it's probably still low tier. The main weapon's is horrible. Like, completely gutted and kept everything from 2. I'm probably swapping off after this game. I cannot deal with this thing. It's so bad. Like, getting the 4-star badge was already so much. Oh yeah, both snaps off shield like instantly now, yeah, that's a fun thing to remember. As if Brawler didn't already have a million weapons that deal with it really, really easily, they added 2 new weapon classes that also do it. That's awesome. Thanks, devs. That was an awful weapon. That to exist. Oh, jeez. Charger versus Tent Shield is purely if the Tent Shield's detached or not. When it's detached, it takes half damage, that's why. I assure you Charger is very broken in this game, regardless of what it may feel like. And by Charger, I mean E-Liter specifically. I don't think V-Charger is actually very good at all. Because of the kit. Yeah, no, I'm getting a problem like going back to like Splasher Shot or whatever, just an actual functional weapon. Like too depressing playing this thing. The thing about Vunder, it's like so comedically bad, it's like kind of funny, but also just depressing because it's like trying so hard to be a weapon, but it just sucks. So it's just not worth your time. Yeah, Triple Strike's a good special, but Sprinkler doesn't do anything for it. The main weapon's too garbage for it to even matter. I was like, yeah, this game's very like top heavy on like the good weapons. Not playing Glue with that weapon's not good either. Rather play 52 than Glugo. Yeah, and I'm convinced they just don't want to give Dapple like bombs ever, which is like it needs to function because it's the general rule of thumb of like, short range weapon need bomb to affect anything beyond 2 feet of range. That's why you put Slap Bomb on Inkbrush. That's why you put Slap Bomb on Junior. Why you put Slap Bomb on Sploosh 7, and that was the most relevant Sploosh has ever been in the entire series. And that bit of S2 where it was like one of the best Rainmaker weapons in the game, and it's just like you put curling on Swoosh again with Hammer, and Hammer doesn't even work, and curling's not a bomb, so it's now it goes from like respectable like high tier weapon into like, wow, this is dinky, stupid, low tier, does nothing. Swoosh actually got done so dirty. And the first kit. Are we all going this way? Then I wanted to encourage the Dapple, because they were actually in a good position. They won the one fight that mattered, so... Like, shrugging my shoulders, but, hey, it works. I don't know, it's just depressing. Like, I want to play Brawler, but like I don't get any semblance of like when I play a weapon like Rush, where it's just like, yeah, this is like a cohesive kit and the main weapon works. Like, none of that on Brawler. Nice. Like the sound rapid makes in this game. Yeah, I like a lot of the sound design of this game. My only complaint, like the only sound I actually don't think I like is the new hitting Booyah sound effect. Like, I don't know, it just feels like I'm not damaging it, but I'm probably just too used to the way it sounded in Foo. Part of that was also there was a bug with Booyah Bomb where like it would get too many iframes like compared to what it's supposed to be. That's probably partially that because it probably felt baited from like dying to a Booyah that should have at some point. God, what a cool kit. On like a mobile weapon like this. Machine has a lot of... Oh, okay, you're back there. Thanks, UI. I like knowing. Okay. Nice. Wonder if they'll get both brush kits? I don't know. They could... Honestly, Big Bubble might be really fun, because I always said Ink Brush with a beacon would be hilariously, like, hilariously troll, and Big Bubbler is basically a beacon special. With, like, a shield attached to it. So honestly, Inkmine plus Big Bubble might be kind of fun. Not necessarily good, but fun? I think so. Like, it's just crazy how much you can harass with this kit. Count. Man, I wish I could look at any of the Brella kids and be like, man, that's a fun kit, because I don't feel that way about any of them. I think Triple Strike is fun, it's because it's just boring. Like, very weak main weapon. It's sad. Like, at this point, I'm still like, if you watched Kara's video, he made that one video where he was asking people like what kits they want on things. And he asked me for undercover intent on that one. I said for undercover, I said just like, tell them to just say screw it, just give a burst bomb undercover. With like an actual special. Like undercover with burst would be so much fun in terms of synergy and it would actually make the weapon feel like it, you know, can't kill things. Like, man. Yeah, Brella needs main weapon buff before like anything. Like I think Whale could work on Brella. You know, I think Waybreaker would be fun on it. Like undercover like needs something like burst bomb if they ever want it to be like usable. I think either Whale or Waybreaker on normal Brella, for sure. It's like hard to say, right? Because Brella's only been in one game and had Bomb Rush last game, so you can't really like... There's no really predicting on that. Like they could just slap Auto Bomb with like a Whale or something and call it a day. Like you could just get the Bamboo Kit. Who knows? I don't know, like even if it does get that, I'm probably still not playing unless the main weapon gets like serious buffs, because that main weapon is like comically weak right now. Yeah, no, I'm just like full Brella Doomer as someone who got like 2700 with it. I think it's like complete garbage in this game right now. Zero faith in that thing. Like even at the end of 2 when like meta was like so mean to it, like it felt like, yeah, like you can still like X Factor with Bomber. Like there's no X Factor in this game. Triple Strike is okay, but it doesn't it's not comparable when you don't like even get like a bomb to play with anymore or anything. And it's still a 200 special, like regardless of the sprinkler or not, 200 special is so much for a weapon that like runs out of ink in like 3 seconds. I wouldn't hate Autobomb, but again, it's just... I would only say that if they actually buff the main weapon like a ton. $52? No, it's a 96. That was ambitious as a heavy. Very ambitious. I think they know that I know. I was gonna say, they're respecting the hell out of the Pac-Man there. That's surprising to me. I would say Strike's the only proper retake. I'd honestly argue like Strike is like worse at that than I bet Missile's like the retake special still. You know, it has been for years, but I already like swam off the snipe. Why does that kill me? Don't like Missile. Yeah. No, I don't think anyone does, but it's like... I hate it because I hate Missile, but like it feels like a necessary evil in a sense, because there's so few retake specials in this game right now. Like, it sucks. It's a very sucky state to be in, because there's only 3 triple strike weapons, and like... none of them are like amazing. Outside of like Bucket's like good. That is very laggy, holy. How that takes so long to kill them. It's all very scary, they just got like one push and knockout. Gladly take your machine player. Damn, you really just want to run. Oh. Oh. Yeah, this is a losing position. Yeah, I still have 0. Okay, still winnable. Cop wasn't even bad. I don't know why we were struggling so much that game. I don't know. I still think this map is bad in Climb, but it's like scoring from Spinner's too broken still. Which again, it's weird to me. They change ink block cloud blitz, so you can't do step cheese, but they're like, no, scoring from snipe on Sturgeon's mouth. Like, what? That was not. I think the new ink block cloud blitz is fine. It's just weird to me. They changed that one. I think it was a serviceable map, but my pocket 15 times especially so like I was fine before, but then they don't change this one, which I think it's like been a bad map, so I don't know. I don't know. It kind of sucks because like I want 3 to be its own identity, but like it feels like a half step from 2 in so many ways. Of just like, you know, I boot up Splatoon 3, I'm fighting double missile on Inkblot and Sturgeon. I'm just like, I want to be playing a new game, but it really just does not feel like it sometimes. Yeah, I think Cooler shouldn't be good for the health of the game. The thing is, like, Cooler's like not a win con, and it's not like a retake thing either. Like, it kind of just doesn't really have a lot of a purpose right now. Just like, I wish there were more options with retake specials, like if there were more like weapons with like triple strike, or like more weapons with like Booyah Bomb that isn't just like Hydro Gluga Machine, because let's be honest, you're only really picking like 1.5 of those. And like I think it wouldn't be as prominent, but like right now it feels like if you need to retake, like at like high level, it feels like you're just slapping a Fling Zone a comp or something. But why? But why? Yes. Trying to be the bait right now. Guys go on the power clam. Huh. I got the drink at least, but... I don't really have times to follow. Oh, what? Hello? What an awkward interaction. Ah, we waited too long. Great idea. I don't care about that bamboo right now. Yeah, I'm okay with the push dying. I'm a brush. Oh well. I didn't get the trade. Look. Okay, on that world flank. Oh. I feel like I'm kind of behind. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think Apple's very good right now, instead of just like beacon cheesing. I mean, like, I don't think Apple's been good for like literal years. Probably still more playable than Umbrella, just because of the beacon heath, to be honest. Yeah, I get why they made it a chance, but it's like 2% or something. I think that's way too low. Because they probably don't want you just like hoarding all your chunks because you can order certain mans off certain people. You know, it's a perma brush if you really think about it. Not actually. I really wish it was just a different rotation. I don't want to play these maps. Like, this is such like a catch-22 rotation, because like, I don't want to play the S2 maps, but like, Mincemeat Zones is just straight garbage. It's like, man. Yeah, Cooler's weird. I don't know what they'll do with it. Because again, if Cooler's like meta-defining, I don't think that's necessarily healthy, but it's also kind of just like not really amazing right now. Like, I think Cooler's best place right now is probably like in Rainmaker. Outside of that, I don't think it's like super great. Even in Rainmaker, it's just like kind of like, I think it's kind of cool in Rainmaker in the sense of you know, if someone's gonna like run in and like suicide die with it, they may as well like pick up a drink and then respawn with their whole special. Like, stuff like that's cool, I guess. I don't know. Play Salmon. I did play daily, but maybe in a bit. I don't know. Like, so it's not being bad. It's just these maps are just like kind of like, I don't feel like enthralled by these maps. I'm mostly just having fun with Inkbrush's kit right now. You really wanted to win that fight. Damn. I should have popped the whale before going in. Also, it's crazy to me it sounds like I know like it's always the rule of like, you know, like low range weapon has like cheap special cost, but like damn, 180 well is crazy on this. For how well Link Brush paints. Oh, it's kinda sad. This is such a fun kit. Like it's so nice just like having like brush rat playstyle, but feeling like you're helping your team in crossfiring fights too. Stuff like bomb and whale. Which medlines were good. I think Squelchy's fine. Because not all of them are good, because you have stuff like V-Pro. I know what you mean, because a lot of the mid-range weapons have really sucky kits. Like, damn, 96 got bone, bro. They're so one, please crossfire. The back is just like, I don't know. I think back needs a full rework. I don't even know what I would want from it though. That's not what I wanted. No, they already killed two. Fine. Yeah, I think Ola could be obnoxious, that's why I don't really want it to be good. I think Vulture has a good kit. And the main weapon's like still nerfed, but still playable. And like it actually has gear slot for stuff, because it doesn't have to run a MPU anymore. Yeah, I think Vulture's in like a fine state. I don't know. I'll definitely have a video where, like, you know, obviously I go about, like, over the patch notes and, like, thoughts and stuff like that. Because, you know, first patch isn't going to be, like, necessarily game-changing, but it's like a decent indicator of like what their idea of changing the game is going to be like. Yeah, I think Whitebreaker's really good on Squelchy. Two-shot comboing off it's really good. I think Whitebreaker's a good special. It's just like... What is there with it? It's like E-Leader's busted, but we all know that. Honestly, no, I think Whitebreaker's good on all these, except like Heavy's just a really underwhelming main weapon. Like, I think Whitebreaker's actually solid on like this, and this. Really just Heavy being middest of mid, it's just whatever. Like, I guess Heavy can two-shot combo off of it, but I don't know, I just don't think Heavy's gonna have a place right now with Leader in the game. And I feel like Heavy's the kind of weapon they'll buff eventually, because I feel like the usage rate of Heavy is probably pretty low right now, honestly. Not relative tier of low, but I feel like it's not very popular. I think Waybreaker and Crap are good specials. Yeah, I like what they did with them a lot. I'm pretty happy with them. I wouldn't really change much about them. The only thing I would change with Wavebreaker is I do think the one exploit where if you throw it like under a slope at like a certain angle, the hitbox is invisible. I think that's stupid. It's really funny to do, but I think it's unhealthy, so it should get patched. Outside of that, I think Wavebreaker's fine. The fact that it's breakable is actually okay. I think like for the first like week of the game, I said it needed more health. Honestly, I think it's okay for it to be as frail as it is, because you can charge another one as soon as it breaks. Also, like, people shooting at it itself has value, because you know where people are. Like, if you have, like, good wave breaker spots, like, you know, it should be, like, either a commitment or they have to, like, expose themselves to break it. I don't know, I'm kind of fine with wave breaker right now. Like, it's a really silly idea, but I think it actually works really well. Madge. Madge! I have, like, 2 clams, yeah, I could talk about. Nice. I feel like the biggest rat right now. I feel like such a rat. Oh my god. Ow. Stop! Yeah, thermal. I just have a semblance of like where people go. It's good, you play bow. Like, my team is being very mean. By mean, I mean, like, extremely on point. Ignore the 52 die. What an annoying kid. That's very funny. Not a thermal stinger believer. I'm not really either at the moment. I was just wondering. Yeah, I think they just don't want Triple Strike to paint too much, because I think they just are trying to avoid specials that just auto-cap the zone for you, which is fair, because I always thought that was like one of my least favorite things about zones, is when you're fighting like Fire Fin, Splash, and S2, and like all they would do is just alternate suctions, being like, we use this one to cap, we use this one to push eat deeper. I'm like, this is boring. I think that's what they're trying to avoid. Saber. If I'm your parent and start saying Madge, then you know you messed up. I was saying Madge because the bow had to like clutch like really, really hard and they didn't get to, and then they just wiped, and then I painted their entire spawn in like 5 seconds because I'm a brush. So funny. Yeah, I think bow build should just be run speed at the least. Because of how much it like stands up and wants to like strafe while like walking around. Yeah, like I don't even like that's not how you should even use strikes. I don't think it necessarily needs a painting thing, if anything. If anything, I want it to maybe do more damage to certain things. That's about it. I just think we need more triple strike weapons, because again, you have 3 options and like one of them doesn't work. Hello, Explo. Time to know the rest of your team. Yippee! Hello? What's up? Are we double whaling? I like it. Oh, I don't like it. Bruh! No! No, our beautiful double whale formation, and for what? No! I'll fight tooth and nail to get this advantage state back, just you wait. Just you wait. I'll get my vengeance. Bro, it's not that serious. Okay, bye. Ah. You know, the Bassman point center doesn't suck. Kinda true. But still, even then, I think Expo's like the best like point center weapon, like, no question. Go bomb, kill them. Kill them, bomb. Make them go away. It's fine if they score, I just don't want to like drop and feed, yeah. Like that. Viper, please. Do damage. Please. It sucks because we could have had such a good push in the beginning, but we were just like a little bit slow. Oh my goodness, this lag. A little bit early for a while, I feel, but... No, I don't think they need a nerf Booyah. That sounds very unnecessary. It's literally just one weapon that's good with it. Why are you nerfing Beluga for no reason? I don't even think Machine needs to be nerfed. It's literally just buff other weapons, nerf like the fizzy curve on LDE, all that stuff. I think Booyah's perfectly fine right now. Again, I'd rather like buff things, like nerfing things that is like good on one weapon just sounds like pointless. I don't go in yet. We need more clams. Right, now we go. Nice. What I think needs a buff, reslider iframes at the end. For sure, hammer bug fix slash buff, mostly bug fix, but I think bug fixing it itself would be multiple buffs. Those are top two that definitely need to get changed because like hammer is just like unplayably bad. It's just the worst special. Like the only thing I'd really argue to genuinely be nerfed or just reworked is just missile, because that's something that should have happened in 2 but never did. That's because I think missile's bad design right now. And it's good, and it's easy to use, so it's just trying to think what other specials. What else is there? I don't think it'll be too drastic on the first patch, honestly. Like, mostly I want that rework. Jetpack is like weird to gauge. I feel like they're not going to change it this early. Only like 2 weapons with it. I think Storm is fine as is. I don't really change Booyah. Actually, no, the one thing I would change on Booyah is, add a cap on Booyah, because I think right now if you mash D-pad at like task level, you basically just charge it instantly. I think that needs to go. There should be like a hard cap that you should just not be able to do that. I think Vac needs a rework. I'd like a slight Zipcaster buff, like just like a little bit more default duration, I think would go like a decent bit for it. Because it feels like if I'm not running SP on Zipcaster, it just ends instantly. I'd really rather play Inkblot, actually enjoy Inkblot Clan Bloods. Oh well. Oh boy, missiles. So fun. No, I'm not a shooter. It's not. It'd be like very precise for that. I wonder where people are. I just don't want to spread the missile paint all over my base. Very awkward. Oh, well, so high above the person I was targeting at. I wanted to jump out after that. Bottom left opening? Yeah, but it seems kind of slow. I don't know. Bottom left seems like... I don't know, this is like putting yourself in a corner. Like, for what purpose? It's like such a specific thing that I want to do. It'll help someone later, just you wait. That's upsetting that it didn't kill me. Yeah, like, I think it's hard to have a good Zipcaster for sure. It's a difficult special, but... Like, I think the really good ones are actually very threatening. I think it's mostly threatening if you're, like, a Charger comp or something that gets, like... You know, like... If you're playing, like, a bunch of short-range weapons that can just, like, melt it instantly and, like, trade, like, sure, fine, but... I think it's, like, really awkward to deal with Zipcaster for a lot of the weapons that... can't really deal with an immediate presence in their face that effectively. Also, you're just gonna do the solo Q thing, aren't you? Look at you. Yeah, like, I think Zipcaster is very matchup dependent. It's really good at harassing Chargers and Explos when done well, especially Explo. So I think that's where it's strongest. So I think that's why they're, like, a bit, like, cautious with it. But I still think, like, increasing the duration just a teeny bit would be good. Because if you're running Zipcaster into, like, a bunch of, like, short-ish to mid-ish range weapons that can kill quickly, it doesn't feel that good. I still think the, like, the best Zipcasters are the ones that, like, threaten the thing but don't actually do the thing immediately. I feel like the really crappy Zipcaster is when you just like you just go directly into someone, they pre-fire and you die. Like that's wrong. Second missile. Ah. Just extend duration with Nick Saber main? Yeah, just run 3 main 9 sub of special power, easy. Yeah, I just don't think that opening on left assertion's useful. Like, why are you putting yourself in the corner that's just asking to get, like, bomb spammed by, like, a machine or just AoE and then you're not helping? Like, it feels like a cute and quirky thing. That doesn't seem like an actual, like, legitimate opening. Even I don't like opening left on Surgeon in general, unless, like, you're a wall weapon or something. I feel like everyone just opens right or snipe. Like, one person going left. I played enough Sturgeon zones in, like, high-level scrims and 2 to just see Cake Out open that way every single freaking time! I'm scarred. I feel like you... Yeah, I keep wanting to do recon, but I realize I can't also go to the plaza. But then it'd just be like, you, like, play on, like, Sturgeon zones in, like, a scrim or whatever, and it's like, hey, gal, on the right, throw the wall, you can't contest this, and then anchor on snipe, and then your mid-range crossfire thingy's on the left, and it always felt like it'd be that way, and then, like, sometimes you'd have, like, a bucket or something sharking behind the wall in Surgeon. Help around their sniper and throwing clowns when there's kind of criminal. Scoring from snipe is criminal, they didn't change it. I am upset by that, only mildly. They'll probably have a better map than some of the quote-unquote new ones. Change it by deleting Sturgeon. Yeah, I really just don't care much for Sturgeon. Tepig! Tepig! Get my pig! I don't know why I'm so amused by the name Tepig. Like a very specific Pokemon. Isn't there like a Pokemon thing tomorrow? Probably gonna show like one new mon or something. Oh. Ah. What? Refund. Refund. Go, laser, go. Didn't kill him. Sad. Didn't kill. I guess my teammate didn't hit them. Research conducting is a good tag. Alright, buddy, calm down there. They really... Okay, I was gonna say, like, I'm shocked they did not die. You guys have 2 brushes. Crop is funky. I don't want to die to that wall. I wanted to move on him. We have an expo, but we're not point censoring the roller, and this is what concerns me here. Please point roller. Or an expo. Okay, now we're just gonna drop zone, okay. Okay. Alright, well that's gonna take a lot to come back from, but... We have triple whales, so you know, if we force a fight... It'd be kinda neat. Really? Really? That's tragic. More clams. Where are all the clams? Guy behind us, I'm just gonna ignore him for right now. You're at bamboo, why are you behind wall weapons? Could I have reached in there? I probably could have. I really didn't think I could. And I've never jumped in with a climb like that on this map. Okay, we'll recover. Fine, just get another push, bro. You kind of challenged a roller point blank. Ah, roller sitting there. Damn. Once again, did not get it fairly. Our comp is kind of dinky. I don't think we need 2 brushes. It's a little bit silly. Don't like Autoball and Bamboo. Yeah, Bamboos are really underwhelming. Just there's not really any reason to pick it kind of weapon right now. I get the idea of Whale on it and it like a and combo and stuff like that, but I don't know, Bamboo's whole claim to fame in 2 is literally just one-tapping people and that's gone, so touches. So it's just like why why would you pick Bamboo over like having leader on like 90+% of maps? Ah, Tepic was struggling a little bit. X did pretty well though. Like to Pia Bamboo into played it while curling was fun for mobility. Yeah, it was lightweight with curling. I remember before they nerfed curling bomb, it wasn't like the best weapon ever because that was also when missiles kind of sucked. But it was fun because like you could run like Ninja Squid curling with broken curling on Bamboo and like combo people with one tapping and the curling having like a lethal bomb AoE. It was funny. Then they super neutered curling and they nerfed Ninja Squid. Oops. And then missiles became good. Oops. Then MPU happened, and then like people picked Bamboo to one-tap people and spam missiles. Oops. Goodbye, weapon identity. Hello, one-taps and missile spam. Oopsie. I've had a weird history in 2, that's for sure. Curling nerf in 2 like massively shrunk the hitbox size on Uncharge. Like Uncharge used to actually get random kills across the map. It was like rolling a slap bomb at someone, you would actually just like kill people. That's hilarious. Throw back up. Throw back up. The curling nerf happened a long time ago though. Yeah, to be honest, I think it went overkill on the curling nerf. I didn't think it had to be nerfed that hard. Because they shrunk the hitbox size and added so much white ink, and was like, well, now it's just like, outside of mobility purposes, you basically never throw those. Which is like, yeah, that's the point, but kind of just lower the utility of the sub by like a ridiculous amount. I have a big bubble on her snipe. I really don't like that. Please break that. Yes, throw things at it. Yes, make them stop. What? I've never seen someone choke it like that. It's kind of funny to me because they basically reincarnated the bamboo onto the reflex because it has the bamboo kit from 2, and it's a lightweight. Like, that's very funny to me. Hey. Painting this thing when it's like spinning is like so awkward. Free power clam, who wants it? Not me. Break the bubble. Yay! Oops. You have climb? Yeah, you did, okay. I like the effort. No, I think regular bow is better for sure, but yeah, at first glance I think most people are underwhelmed by bow at first, but I think bow's good, it just like can't really shine in the game at the moment. Get this out of my spawn! Break it! Break it down. Go get him, whale. Yippee, where's the last guy? Yeah. Hey! No! No. Yeah, I think that's like the thing, that's also a complaint I have with this game, is like you want to play a new weapon, but it just has like an old, you know, thing attached to it. Or like you're playing like a new kit, right? Oh, that sucks. I didn't think that hit me. Or you're playing a new kit, right? Like, try as a totally new kit, but it's just like, it's a kit that could have existed in 2, so it just feels like not really that special. Like, it just feels like I'm, like, playing try in a new game with a different kit. There's nothing Splatoon 3 about the try kit. Where you going? Where do you think you're going? Be. Like, I don't know, if like a second Brella comes out and it just has like a kit that could have existed in 2, I'm kind of disappointed because I'm like, I want to use the new stuff. The new stuff is cool. The new stuff is, generally speaking, very, very fun. Like, you see me on stream having the time of my life, like, doing stuff with crap. I'm like, this is such a cool new special. It's also really good. But then, like, I play try and I get bored of it in like 5 games, so I'm like, okay, like, the try with the jetpack. Cool. Like, even like this brush, it's like, yeah, it's the brush with the bomb, with the new special, and the new special synergizes, and it's fun, and it's new, and it plays differently. Chris is really good, actually. Because I want to roll value subs on that hat. I prefer BFQSJ, but like that's actually pretty good right now. It's like this is a boring kit. It's bad. It's bad in this game. And it's totally old, and it's just a downgrade from 7th. Like, I don't want to play this. I have no desire to play this. Lame. Like, this is cool. It has a new special. This one's awesome. I love this. This is one of my favorites. I haven't played this one much in the pile because it's an Air Spray, and I want Reslider to get buffed first. But, like, it's fun. It's new. You've never had something like that. Like, Shot's cool. Whale's a new special on Gal. Like, you have a new special. This weapon's not great, but it's new. Vac isn't great, but it's new. That's new. That's new. New special, new special. Like, what is this, like, 3 out of 4 are new, and that's like, this kit basically existed in 2. You just replace the suction with the mine. It's just like, it's not exciting. Like, all of, well, okay, Gucci Proof Missile, I guess, but like, it's like, these are all like new. They play differently. But then you just get kits like this. Or like, no, like this. Like, this is just a straight downgrade on V-Blob. It's just a totally old kit that's somehow, like, it's worse, because, like, Wall let Blob stand in places and protect itself better, and now it's just, like, great, you vomit more of the old special. Like, wow, that's so fun. Like, no, this is lame. I don't want kits like this. Like, I have no desire to play this thing. Like, zero desire. Like, I don't want Blob to be good, like, keep in mind, but, like, regardless of that, this is, like, one of the most boring kits in the game. Like, this is just, like, there's nothing happening here. Like, at least in the kits of Expo, like, yeah, this kit could have existed in 2. Like, Rain on Expo is really, really fun, and there's a ton of synergy, and the point sensor is really useful right now, because everyone's running Ninja Squids. Like, this weapon is, like, really sick. But then it's just, like, this one's, like, why? Like, I hope the second Blob gets, like, Wall plus, like, one of the new specials. Like, you could give it, like, Wall Crab, or you could give it, like Wall Triple Strike or something. But, like, there's no desire in my heart, like, not even the slightest ounce to play Blob in this game. This kit, like, no, just, I do not care. I actually have no desire. Like, it's fine if you do it with, like, a fun, like, kit that's energized like this. I think Trias, like, it's kind of boring, but, like, it's new. Like, this is just like you just like Frankenstein half of each of the Blob kits. You're like, this Blob has a ring, this one has a sprinkler, put them together, and we nerfed it. Wow. Thanks. Like, generally speaking, I think they did a pretty good job of making the kits like unique in this game, you know, not feel that way, but like some of them are just like, what is this? I think Blaster did a good job, yeah. Brush did a really good job. Like, they did a really good job on Brush. Like, I'll praise them for these Brush kits. Whoever made them is, like, awesome. Have paint on it, but I don't like this thing. Evil. I think Snapper's, like, awesome. I think Viper... I get what they were going for with Viper, but it just feels like dollar store Snapper, because, like, Torpedo combo's way worse than Burst Bomb, and it's more expensive, and it's less utility. And it has worse damage values, and run speed doesn't even work on Viper, and Snap just doesn't function. And yeah. Yeah. I don't know, like, even if a lot of the kits in this game are bad, at least they feel, like, new, but I don't know, just, like, what is this, man? I don't want this. The mini's sad, but, like, it's kind of like the mini kind of doomed itself, because it already had, like, such, like, a perfect kit, and two, like, pretty much anything would be a downgrade or, like, a playstyle adjustment. This is, unfortunately, the former. Or yeah, like, they kind of just took half of a kit, and they took half of a really, really good kit, and half of a sucky kit. And it's somehow even worse because Stamp doesn't work. Like, even when they patch Stamp and, like, if it works or whatever, like, I'm still just, like, I'm not gonna have, like, a lot of fun with this weapon, because it's just, like, I don't think Hammer synergizes on Mini. I always said that about K-Mini and 2, so it's just, like, yeah, it works better with Burst Bomb to combo, but, like, eh. Yeah, I think Expo's like the perfect example of, like, using an old kit in a new way that's like really, really fun. And like you can tell the devs have no faith in Stamp either, because like they made this 180 on a painting weapon with burst bomb. Like, are you kidding? Like you had no faith. You had zero faith in Stamp's viability. You're like, nah, special sucks. Just make it cheap. And like the ammo was 210 in the last game, and it's still like you couldn't have gone back to Splatoon 2 and patched camo to be 190 again. You really had to sit there and let me have a 210. Like obviously it works in 2, but it's still like not an amazing special. Just sad. Did I finish my series? Yeah, I did. What's next? PC on new maps. I think of not Xbox. I think they're honestly, if I had to guess, I think they're being conservative on Nautilus. Because I think they're aware that Nautilus's main weapon's quite strong even without MPU, so I think they wanted to be conservative because I think the concept in their mind, which I think is fair by the way, I would honestly like think kind of like this too. I think I'd be kind of scared if you made a weapon that deletes people like this in a game where you can like do the movement stuff, right? Because it's like, cool, you're like a little dinky like splatter shot trying to find a Nautilus that has a charge, and they're like, like, you know, like I understand the concern. But like, be like, okay, maybe don't give it like an amazing kit day one, see how it plays out if it's picked at all. And if not, maybe we'll give it a better kit later. And like, even that, like, Rain's not even bad, right? It's like, you can still 3-tap people in combo. Like, it's not the worst thing ever, and like, Point Sensor has a reason to exist right now. It's just like, does it synergize with the main weapon a ton? Not really, but like, I don't think Nautilus is bad. Necessarily. Well, actually, it's like worse than it could be, because like, you know, like, bomb spam's popular, Nautilus hates bomb spam, missiles is still in the game, it hates missiles. Like, Elator is atrocious to deal with this thing. Like, they're still holding it back, but like it's still like the thing where like it's always gonna be sitting there and be like that main weapon. It's like if you forget about it, like it's gonna come out of nowhere and just delete people. Yeah, like I don't think not as popular at all right now, but I think that's like a mix of factors. But it's just like, I don't know, man. Like just because it's not picked, don't give it like some S tier kit, because then like this thing's gonna shred you. Like it's gonna be so annoying. Because, like, even if not wasn't, like, a top tier at the end of 2, like, it was, like, a high tier or whatever you want to argue, like, it's just annoying to, like, just literally auto-deletes you. And, like, most Nautilus players are latent, too. It's just, like, I hated fighting that thing. Yeah, like, not deserves, like, a mid-kit. Like, it's about it. Don't teach me about sprinklers. Set up 3 sprinklers. I can't jump. God, I want to jump. You have locked me out of my controls. I cannot hit anything except my motion and R. God, let me move. Free me, Judd. Wow. So cool. Okay. Judd, I don't want to do this again. I just wanted to talk to you, Judd. No. I still think the funniest tutorial so far is the missile one made me laugh, and the one at the beginning of the stream where it's like, Splash Ball is good for defending yourself. And there's a sprinkler, and he's like, you should throw a wall to defend yourself. It's so funny. Asian kind of just sitting here. I'm very done with Sturgeon and Inkbot right now. Yeah, Splatoon 2 for the Nintendo Switch. The medal for #1 Killer Sprinkler. Killer Sprinkler or Sprinkler Killer? I will say in like the midst of, you know, having a lot of mediocre to bad maps in this game, I will say I actually kind of do miss some of the maps in 2 on some modes. Like, I kind of miss Snapper and Manta a bit, but like not enough to say like bring them back necessarily. It's more just like I'm kind of starved for new maps because a lot of like the 12 that they have are kind of like blah. Especially Pizza Box Mahi. Yeah, no Gobi, no Gobi. So, who wants to play Splatoon? No, I'm not gonna. Power control. The H3. I like how the model looks on this game though. I like how shiny like the little like metal pump is and like the rounded edges on the nozzle. It looks cool. Also looks massive. Honestly, H3 is not good, but honestly, like in like a really cursed way, it's still like not like a bottom tier just because like the value of point sensor in H3 as a main weapon is not like atrocious. Like it's still like far better than like Vunder, but definitely the thing is just like, wow, do you really want to pick H3? The answer is probably not. I almost want to pick a cooler weapon. I feel like I haven't played a cooler weapon since like the first week of the game because my opinion on it dropped like massively, but just like for fun. Nah, I'm not picking Dynamo. I thought about it for like half a second. I'm like, I don't want to play Dynamo. Not in this game. Not in a map like Mincemeat. Not on Mincemeat. I'm gonna fight one leader. I want to cry my eyes out. Listen, I know Judd gave me a tutorial on how to play Sprinkler, but that doesn't mean I have to pick a Sprinkler weapon, because if I want to pick a Sprinkler weapon, it's basically subjecting myself to playing either Brella, Dynamo, or Heavy. All of which get completely destroyed by Charger. Isn't that funny? Isn't that a goofy thing? Judd, you're just trying to bait me into losing to E-Leader. I can't believe you. Nah, I'd rather be like a Ninja Squid Zap against like Leader any day. Like Dynamo, in, like any capacity. At least I'm like a lightweight that can like move around, like throw bombs and like paint behind like corners and not just like hit my ZR button, like wind up and then just die before you even get to swing. That's sad. If it was like Mako TC or something, then yeah, I'd probably pick Dynamo for fun, but this map I like struggle to like want to. The sound effect for shooting this weapon is like, I can't tell if I like it or not. It's very different. Also, it's thundering outside, so if you know, stream implodes, that's my warning. Juice! Ow. Thank you. How did that cleanly kill me from so far? He's like all the way under me. Let's get the checkpoint. Dude, they're just suiciding to not let us get check one. This is very funny. On how to make Dynamo work. I think it's brutal. Like, Dynamo is not in a good state in this game. Healer being so strong is just like, and Fizzy being so strong, and like Machine being so strong, Booyah being so strong. It is rough. Wow, I should pop a solo cooler. That would be so nice and awesome and helpful of me right now. Okay. No, fine. Out of here. Not special. I forget that you get perfect like jump accuracy. Well, not perfect, but like your jump accuracy is your grounded accuracy on cooler. Forgot about that. It's been too long. My cooler! What? Get that back. I didn't get my drink. No. Bruh. Lag. Yeah, I also think the new maps are supercharger friendly because a lot of them are just hallways. Like, I'm sure you can get away with Dynamo on some maps like Mako still, but this is brutal. Especially because, again, my opinion on Cooler is not very high. Which is a shame, because I think Cooler's, like, fun on Dynamo for the premise of, like, being a Dynamo with, like, a bunch of mobility and, like, you know, like, the ability to not get stuck, like, instantly is really fun. Like, it doesn't really do anything to, like, help you in all your, like, struggle matchups. Yeah, so I have V-Dapple, because Beacon fundamentally is very strong, and there's 2 weapons with it. And Tent's, like, dysfunctional, doesn't work right now, so people are just going to Dapple. That, and, like, Dapple's always been, like, a casual bait weapon, just like a lot of, like, the newer, like, lower level players love Dapple, so, like, I get it. Like, I described it on stream yesterday. I said if you're picking Dapple in this game, you're basically accepting there's 2 states of the game. It's called I'm an advantage, I put beacons in your spawn and we snowball you, or a disadvantage, my weapon does nothing, I have nothing to help on defense because I have no range, I have no bomb, and I have to, like, Hail Mary to make a play happen. And sometimes I'll Hail Mary and be punished ever so slightly less because I have Cooler. But you're basically saying there is only 2 states of Splatoon, advantage and disadvantage. There is no neutral. You have no neutral. You are a baby gun with no bomb, no range, no special to, like, sway the game instantly. It's just you are beacon bot. That is you. You exist to put beacons on the map. It's kind of funny, but is it good? Not really, but funny. I have thermal and rapid Bro. Charger. I was like, I thought the heady killed me. I'm like, excuse me? Dude, that Thunder is going crazy outside right now. Kind of sad that I feel like the most mileage I'm getting out of Cooler is simply suiciding on tower with like less like punishment. Why does this Bob have? That was weird. I don't know how, like, Bob's just weird. I don't know. I should have just like gotten off tower. It's like, don't expect people to do that, but they just do it because they're a flop. I'll be honest when I say I don't. I feel like in terms of how you play, like, do I respect Blob? Absolutely not. Like, most of the time. Like, I absolutely just don't. Oh, the short range weapons. Not every single one of them, but a lot of them. Like Sploosh, absolutely. Dapple, absolutely. They're actually still going. Sure. Sploosh and Dapple, like 1000%. I guess they are the shortest range shooter. Like, I want to say no just because Splash is like actually a genuinely incredibly strong weapon, but it's like I guess if you argue Aerospray too, then yeah, like those are like three really big ones. I think Aerospray is definitely better than like Sploosh and actually I don't even know if I want to call it better than Dapple because beacon value is so good. But if X reslide Aerospray's value might be higher. Yeah, I could see Arrow being a really cheesy thing once they buff Reef Slider, or like some maps. Even then, just having double Fizzy on like a weapon that vomits that much paint is like, even if it's not strong necessarily, that's a niche. Because Fizzy is only on Machine Arrow and Ballpoint. And Ballpoint's weird. I don't think the kit synergizes, but I feel like if you're picking Ballpoint, you want to end Rainmaker because Jetpack is like at its best in that mode. You don't pick Jetpack for zones. Definitely not. Okay. The shortest wipeout of all time, except my one teammate. Throwing a Recon Punisher. Funny. Yeah, Junior Splash are good, for sure. Obviously, they have to like know how to play the game with Junior. I don't think you can like AFK armor bot with like Junior or anything like that anymore, which is good. You need to actually like, you know, put Bubble in, you know, good positions and all that stuff instead of just mindlessly just hitting the button. This armor is just apparently game design. Yeah, it's much more apparent what juniors actually know how to play the video game in 3, as opposed to 2. But that way. As if you're bomb spamming with junior and outputting like 2 bubbles and getting like 600 paint, I'm gonna be honest with you, you don't know what you're doing. Such like a TDM kind of game, but I mean it's TC, like go figure. It's so weird. I feel like every time I pop my special, I'm just like asking to die. Because like you'll like win a team fight, and then it's just like, okay, I guess like, you know, after you win the initial fight, it's a good time to pop it. But then like you run in and just like commit. It kind of feels like, I don't know, cooling's just a weird thing. Like, I feel like even if you use it correctly, it just feels wrong to play that way. It's like, oh, I died 7 times, but like, what is it, like 4 cooler deaths or something? I think bomb spamming juniors are substantially more beneficial than Sploosh just runs at the enemy base with a hammer and spams this way as he uses hammer. Yeah, no, I had like a 3 and 18 one that got like 2 hammers the other day. I was kind of just like dumbfounded. Like we won the game because it was Rainmaker and like I like play Babysitter extremely well, but I'm just like, I was kind of just sitting there like, you are certainly gaming. Also, I'm glad I actually woke up earlier today. I've been like, for like 4 hours and I still have like a bit of time left. Camp Junior. Like, you notice the fact, like, I didn't pop Cooler until, like, we killed 2 of them, because it's not, like, you don't open your neutral by playing Cooler. Like, I see people doing that, and it's just, like, that's very, like, that's not how to go about it. Like, you don't, like, the simplest way to put it is, like, you don't play neutral by sticking a bunch of red arrows on your head and saying, hey, shoot me. But that way. Like, I think Cooler should be used as, like, a snowballing tool to help you, like, get more mileage. People who pop it like armor, it's just like, no, it literally does not help you in the team fight, it's like the opposite. Yeah, I think fundamentally how many abilities Cooler gives you seems really broken, but it's like, it doesn't actually, like, win games where it's like, it helps in certain ways, but it also doesn't help in certain ways. Yeah, no, the enemy can see the arrows on, like, your player model, which is, like, really bad, because, like, you'll wear a Ninja Squid, which is really important in the game right now, and then it was like, grab a Cooler drink, it's like, great, they can see you and just pre-fire you now, like, that's awesome. Like, no, that's not good. Which is why I feel like it's, like, a tool you want, like, when you're already, like, winning. You don't, like, pop it when you're losing, because you pop it when you're losing, you're like, wait, this doesn't do anything, it literally just marks me for the opponents to kill me. And, like, exchange for what? Like, you die and get punished, like, a little bit less? Like, no, it's goofy. Kind of Cooler feels, like, so contextual. But I will say is I think Cooler probably benefits, like, longer range weapons that don't really, you know, like, want to swim in with Ninja Squid the most. Like, if you're, like, an Explosion or something, like go pick it up, man. Like, that's good. I think they're going to be looking at the Expo the whole game anyway, it doesn't matter. And if you die, you keep most of your stuff, and you get more swim, all that stuff. That's pretty cool. Like, if you're Ninja Squid and you want to make a big play, like, don't grab the Cooler you're throwing. Like, just don't. Also, I think it's, like, kind of neat to have, like, as a tower niche. Just, like, put as, like, a, you know, temporary stall. I think that's actually kind of nice to have. You know, again, if you're like suiciding on tower anyway, like it's not bad to have, because you know, outside of like the case of like them wearing RP right now, which is, you know, detrimental for their own reasons. It's like nice to not get punished as much for dying while playing objective. Yeah, it doesn't like actually do anything to help you get out of a spawn lock. It's like mobility doesn't just magically grant you anything like of map value, and it's not you're popping missile or you're popping triple link strike or Booyah bomb or something. Like I think on retakes cooler is actually at its worst. It's just like cool, you win the fight, then what? Like they grab your spawn, but like did the cooler really win that for you? Not necessarily. Just like reduce the penalty if you messed up. Which is like, it's effectively like wearing QR, right? With like a couple more benefits. I don't know, it's a really weird special to gauge. Also, that was like a 5-0 series with all badges, that's funny. I think what badge do I not have 30 wins with special wise? It's probably vacuum for sure. I know I don't have that. I feel like vac might actually be the last badge I need special wise. I still like no desire to play vac weapons. Hello, arrow spray. Okay, cool. I was worried if my drink like ran out the second I did that. Merlin Wizard 25, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Ow. And we would spend hours staring at the neutral. That was the smallest bubble I've ever seen. That's unfortunate. I don't like having Charger and Rapid Pro on the same team. That means they're two backs. I don't think that's very good. In terms of like actually pushing, I think a lot of it's gonna rely on the Zuko. How's it going? Pretty fine. Positive day thus far. Oh, it sucks. This is like weird, right? Because it's about a push, but Cooler's not a special for that like at all. I don't like our comp this game. And for an hour and a half, you played 3 games. Sounds like an NA scrim. That's rough. Been there though. I say, why are you jumping? Like, you just died. I think I did the thing again where I crushed the cooler backs and oops. This game where I just wish I was like a shot or something. So I actually had like some means, like force some neutral win. Oh, this one the backing doesn't do anything for that. At the gamble it, we need some mileage. Okay, finally. Advantage stage. And I immediately die. Yay! Okay, nice. Oh, it's out of Towers of Pain. I want to be funny. Okay. That was a game. Kinda died it on that game, but again, there's like nothing to like break neutral. That's Azuka. Vunder. Heck. Just defense a little bit. It's kind of a cursed idea, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the 89 kid is gonna be like our epic Splatoon 1 reference, and they're gonna give like the 89 like sprinkler plus triple strike like the Brella kid again or something. Actually, you know, it'd be interesting actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because well, I don't know, would they? I was gonna say they could do like a splat bomb if they want, but I don't know if they would do 2 lethals on NZAP. Like lethal lethals. Thoughts Umbrella right now? Terrible. Not worth your time. horrifically weak. Awful against meta. I have a 4-star badge on it, but like in terms of like the weapon itself, like it's just terrible. High range blaster. B. Yep. Oh. Awkward. I marked myself. Hit me, charger. Hit me, charger. Hit me, charger. Oops. I like this bubble. I wanted to use it as a wall. Wasabi pack. You want auto bomb plus triple strike? That could be pretty legit, actually. Yeah, we need more triple strike weapons that are actually on painters. I wouldn't mind that. Need that. Get out of here. I try to drop some of the leader. You can't do that. I feel like the Brawler question is like one of the most frequently asked questions on this stream, and it's fair, and I'm glad people ask, but I feel a little bit sad every time I say it. I sit here like straight face, like, yep, it's terrible. Yeah. Sad thought. Listen, it's not gonna stop me from playing Vunder. I don't know, it's gonna take like massive main weapon buffs, and or meta shifts, and or good second kits to redeem it, like at all. Nintendo hates everyone's a learning curve. I'm how to describe. I feel like the memes where they treat like shooters like their children is extremely accurate. Let's just say that. And Umbrella kept every single nerf. I mean, like every weapon got like copy pasted into this game for the most part. Like Umbrella was already in a horrible state at the end of S2, but you know, at least like the bombers could carry it in a mode like Zone, but like you don't even have that anymore. And he kept every nerf and machine with Fizzy's back, and AoE is good, and the leader's meta declining, and just yeah, not a great time. Alright, I was gonna say Carbon, that's very ambitious, but power to you, I suppose. Yeah, the fact they kept buffing Gal and T-Tech kind of just told me that the patch notes for S2 got really, like, again, like, I just, I'm of the opinion, like, the last year of that's blatant. The last, like, year or two of S2's patch notes were kind of just really bad. Not every single change, but on the whole, it's just, was not good. Why is there a heavy sitting on the flank like that? You are a weird one. The sharking heavy spotlight. Even I want an actual special and they picked a cooler up. Funny. Hey, the leader got it trolling with it, I'm helping. Leader! Go leader! Go go! Yeah, we make a great team, don't we? That's so funny. I don't know, like, I'm hoping they do a better job patching this game, because I feel like they were on a decent track in S2, and then they started doing stuff like repeatedly nerfing ballpoint when it, like, wasn't even that common anymore. It's like, okay, man. I guess, like, the overall thing where they, like, had all these cool new weapons and just, like, neutered them to hell, like no second thought, like, damn. Oops. Okay, try again. Yeah, they do a better job, because I feel like they were doing okay at first, but like toward the end they kind of just were way too willing to kill the weapons that were unique and also difficult to play. And they're like, oh, K-Shot, you don't think you're good enough yet? Okay. Have a damage buff. Have ink efficiency buff. It's like, what? Why? That's like one of the most popular Western weapons. What are you doing? I think I'm doing nothing this game, like these games outside of just like painting, like bombing. Like my actual like, special doesn't really do anything. Yeah, that's harder to do than I thought. To like baby tap it. Hi, welcome to stream. Even that, I feel like it's like a repeated thing. There's always someone who's like new to stream, like before I end, because I'm probably just gonna like do these last two and be done for today. I've been going for like 4-ish hours. I don't really how common the S plus badges is like in general online. Like Esper, I get it. You got the highest rank in the game. Tell me more. A paint over you so you don't implode instantly. That's my desire here. Okay, well, the guy I painted over didn't implode instantly, so you know. Good job on that front, also fighting Charger on this map. I don't know why I picked up the cooler. I'm literally just marking myself with such a, like, I explained why I don't, like, pick up cooler, and then I'm just like, I want to do something, and then it's just, like, the instinct is pop special, even though you know it's not going to do anything in that context. Oh, they're all there. Get me in there. Put me in. Ah! On the circle of death. Okay, once we get the snowball going and we kill the Charger, like, it's really awkward for them to defend. Ah! Why are you over there? We need to go here first. I'm back. You equip your missile and Charger bats to show your fun at parties. Yeah, dude. That's depressing, isn't it? Don't you wish you had a burst bomb? Don't you? Are you back? Never mind, I can stand on tower for free, that's hilarious. Yeah, go crazy, man. I immediately get back on. Yeah, Charger's like actually such an anti-fun weapon in this game. Like, again, mostly leader. I don't really care about normal Charger too much, but just like the way the maps are built, man, like it's just obnoxious fighting any of them. Charger died, we can play the video game! No way! I missed all my shots, we don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, goodbye. Killed the Charger again, yay! Yay! That's funny. The pseudo splash ball makes an appearance. Ow. Stringers are fun. That's the thing, it sucks, like, you want to try the new stringer, and then it's like, you feel like your gameplay just evolves into missile botting because you're getting rewarded for it again. That's just like, man, let me move past this. That, okay, I was gonna say, I think that wave breaker's gonna break. Like my cooler? Okay. Yippee. Heck cooler. I don't like this thing. Yeah, I don't think I think I probably played like 1 or 2 games with YouTuber. Yeah, that just feels like horrific on that map. But I have like a special right now. Maybe. What'll happen first? Me running out of ink or the lobby being found? Very disturbingly close. Kind of about 2 rollers, but we'll say. Alright then. Sure. I'm doing the thing where you stick your fingers between your eyes, or it's like, oh man, like why was any of that a thing? Not every fan missiles aside. Yeah, it kind of feels like it takes away the most interesting part of Bow to me, which is the fact that you have the explosive arrows. It's like the most fun of it. Not to one-shotting people behind the walls because it's cool, but I don't know, you have Charge Hope, but you're kind of dinky. It just feels like I'm playing not Swiffer. Also, it was 2 series in a row of 5-0s with all gold squids. I don't know. Sure. Uh, yeah, I'm done for today. That was fun. Maybe tomorrow. Or Thursday? Thursday? Yeah, either tomorrow or Friday, probably. Same time, same deal. We'll continue our road to 9999, because we're almost at 5,000 already, actually. It was fun, though. Thank you for joining me. I'll catch you then. I'll upload VODs later. I'm catching up on that again. I hope you all have a great day. I will see you. Bye-bye.